Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? Happy Monday. Another week of this garbage. Hope everyone is well rested for the emotional damage that you will experience. It's a bold claim. Oh, I had to go for those like that as well. Like, why? Should just like keep that around. And I was just supposed to know that it was her like constipation tea when she was feeling bloated. Alright. I'm just supposed to know about your bloat tea. It was okay, man. It was okay. Went to the I don't even know what to call it. Basically like our farmers market. Got a haircut. Had went to the this new dim sum restaurant. Mm, I don't know. It's all right. Let's see what happens here into 48. This is previous day value low on ES. Pretty important area for buyers to be found as we push down into it. This 44, 48. Got POC attempting to shift up here, which is a bit interesting. Because this will act as... Here, let me expand this a bit. It's too expanded. We basically have a double distribution forming with our sell side sitting in the highs, right? So very clear double distribution forming, with sell side now sitting above us. So if this fails, we should expect at least a rotation down into these this low down here. So we're really important watching this this node edge here at 48s, because if 48s can hold, that's great. But the issue is if, oops, my alarm's going off. The issue is if this distribution here can't hold with this edge being supportive and then pushing into this offer, we'll probably rotate down like this. So it's really important that we see a pretty clear bid into these lows and then a rotation back up into these highs, or I just expect this to come all the way back down to this POC down here. Why is an alarm going off even? I don't have any alarms on. What is this? My phone's like, are you sure you're awake though? Okay, so yeah, really important as we retest into this edge here, how we interact into, I don't know, let's say like this 44, 48. Just watching to see if we can find, oops, a bid. Why did, where's this box? Okay. So as we push back up into this POC shift here at 55s, that's your first risk off, right? We should expect our sell side to be sitting there from our 48 hold. But if we can flip it, then we can look for previous day POC as well as these highs that we've put in so far into the top of this distribution as our flip, right? And then we can look for more upside, but we have to expect a potential lower high here as we push into this POC shift. Just like I have drawn on screen. Right, you have to be willing to see the potential start of a lower high channel down, right, as we push down into this. Basically this. You can see these drawings, right? I'm not... Okay. I'm using an overlay tool, so it's not like actually on TradingView. So just want to make sure. But it's basically just, I mean, it's a very clear double distribution, and we're trying to figure out if what kind of day type it's actually going to turn out into, right? Because we have two clear distributions, and again, like this is our upper and lower, right? But this could easily turn into one solid distribution depending on what we do, right? Like if we rotate down, then this is going to fill out and become a balanced day, right? Because this LVN here is going to get filled when on the secondary leg. But if we can hold this upper distribution and get over this very clear seller that's sitting into this edge high, which is what we're testing into right now, again, first risk off. If we can flip this, then we have a very clear hold at our mid, right, at our previous day value low, and then we can look for previous day POC to then hold as supportive, and then we can look for that previous day value high as our target once we can show interest outside of this edge. So just really watching what we do here. But again, like this has to be your first risk off if you're playing off of that 48. Just has to be. And then we see if we can flip these lower highs. Show interest outside of value. So just as we push into this 55 to 58, just look for your first risk off, and then yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's really it. And then let's see what we can do. This is where I'd expect sell side to try to sit, and we need to see the bid recover this POC shift if we want to go higher. And there's your sell. Wow, crazy. So let's see if we hold this 48, 48 to 44 and just can build out this distribution, or if we're going to continue to trade like this. There's no downside leg until we can flip this, and then we'll look for this rotation down. This will just be balanced in this upper node until then, right between our 55 and our 48. If any of Iranian ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated, is what Trump just said. I didn't hear that on the news bot, did you? I don't know if he actually spoke it, but it just came up on my feed. I love that this market just doesn't give a shit anymore. Like we just don't. This market makes no sense. It's very frustrating to trade a market that you know is absolute baloney. Yeah, I mean it was not great. I mean it was fine, but it wasn't great. Like it was a profitable week, but I was miserable trading it. Like absolutely miserable. Like, I hate being here right now during this. I feel dirty. It's very tough for me to trade this market. Very, very tough. It's because the Trump admin is just using the strategy of flood the zone, right? So it's just like having to listen to them do this with the, knowing exactly what they're doing, which is just flood the zone, flood the news cycle, flood just infinite news, infinite headlines, so that you can't. There's no reaction anymore, right? Like they can do whatever they want. They just numb you to the mass amount of garbage that they're spewing out to numb the market so that we just go up and that nothing affects it so they can do whatever they want, right? Like that's their strategy, and it's incredibly in fact effective. Just like I can do whatever I want, I can say whatever I want, and nothing matters anymore because everyone is just so sick and tired of it that we can't be bothered to be affected by it anymore. Right? That's what's flooding the zone, and it is incredibly tiring having to be a person who on a daily basis has to listen and see this, right? Like the average person doesn't watch as much news as we do. They don't listen to Caroline Levitt. They don't listen to Trump's speeches on a daily basis, right? They look at maybe a one Truth Social post that Fox News talked about, at 9 o'clock at night. Whereas, like, we are constantly berated by this and just, like, I'm just getting one shot, man. So, it is just rough. That movie was both too long and not long enough. Russell continuing to lead up. ES following suit, coming up to retest highs here. Offers sitting at 64 on an ES. Up into our 63, 64 area. Just pushing. See if we can build up here into our previous day POC from our hold of our lows at our 48, 44. No change in our pathing or anything that we've talked about. As we come into our highs, just watch to see if sell side sits here. A lot of absorption here into NQ at 320. But if the bid can pop and Russell can continue on our way, you should leave a runner because what do we have going for us? We have trend up, right? RTY lead. That's what we want to see for upside. Good first trade of the day, though, yeah? Good hold of our 48, 44. Rotation of this node. full oscillation, back up into our highs. Now we're watching to see if POC on the daily, as well as Friday's POC here at this 56 area, 54, 56 holds is supportive, and then we can go on our merry way. Is the book better than the movie? Yes, 100%, 1,000%, 2,000%, 1,000,000%. The movie is whatever. Book is much better. The problem with the movie is like there's no. I mean, some of you are gonna go see it, so I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind. I guess what I'll say is Andy Weir is known for his hard science, and the movie has no hard science. Discount Dan? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's that other series that Audible's trying to push. It's like the knockoff Dungeon Carl or Carl. I've seen the cover. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, there's, listen, there is a lot of lit RPG on Audible. Heretical Fishing Book 5. Holy. See if we can hold our POC here on ES, or if we're going to flip and rotate the range. We held our highs, just rotating through this distribution currently. We want to see a pretty clear bid and hold here if we're going to do anything new, right, off of our POC here. And then be able to show interest outside of our range. If not, right, this will flip. We'll put in a lower high and then rotate back through. So pretty important that we follow our pathing here and hold POC if we're gonna keep going. Get outside of value. If not, then again, it'll just be another node rotation. Yeah, listen, man, I can only do so much lit RPG before it's just too much slop. I've listened to a lot of slop. Like I use lit RPG as a palate cleanser in between books that give me emotional damage. That's what I use lit RPG for. Because if I don't, then it's just like I'm stuck in that genre, and then all of a sudden I'm just like, there's a thousand. They push out books like nobody's business. All of a sudden you like start a series, and then they're like, wait, but I've got 7 more coming out in 3 different series, and now I'm and you're just like, all right, man, this is my life now. Like when the genre was first coming into fruition in the beginning, with like the land and all of those, like I was like super invested into it as a new genre, a new medium, in English lit. But like I just I don't know. Like I said, good palate cleanser, and then I'll go back to like traditional. Like fantasy and sci-fi, and then every once in a while I'll go to it. But once you heard one story, man, it's the same story. And what's crazy is like all these stories are just a copy of what like the Japanese have been doing for the last 20 years. So like I've already heard all of these stories already for the most part, right? Like this is just America copying Japanese isekai. So like it's really hard for me to be invested because it's the same thing that I've been reading in like Japanese manga and Korean manhwa for like I don't know 10 years. So it's gotta be really good, or I'm just like, all right, like you just like I know what you're copying. Good science, but not space opera. I mean, have you actually? I don't know if you're interested, but like Jurassic Park is actually really good, and it's nothing like the movie. What don't you like about space opera though? You don't just like high fantasy but in space? What's wrong with it? Uh, as we push back up into our highs, if you're playing off of our 55, just this is your next risk off. We're watching to see if we can take out highs for our next level. Just following our pathing. Offer sitting at 62s and 64s. Nothing crazy. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. For the most part, I'm thinking like sci-fi wise that aren't space opera. It's like you have a lot of like if you're not going space opera, then you're going like time travel. Like there's a lot of books on time travel and um more of like I can think of like 3 or 4 series at least that are more so about that, and it's because they're like more psychological. But they stay on one planet. There's a lot of series that are more so about that kind of stuff. Mm. And there's also a lot of series about AI that aren't space opera, like Scythe. Oh, there's so much to read. Any giveaways today? I'm not sure. Is there, Darian? I probably won't be here for it. If there is. Not today? Okay. Next week? How are we doing, guys? Are we long from 48s or long from 55s? Have you taken off your first risk into these highs? Are you in a runner? What's the idea here? You good? Nothing's changed based off our plan. We're just watching to see if we can build. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm thinking if we can break highs, we should be able to head up to value high. We just need Russell's continuation here. It's not pushing yet, but it is flagging. It's trying. Just need it to gain some momentum again. Still holding higher lows, but NQ is a bit rough because it's just it's already at previous day value high, right? So it's still pretty stuck. I don't know if we're gonna get the breakout yet without Russell pushing. Just like pretty clear pies still NES. Well, RTY is sideways. Without RTY, right? Like it's just there's no reason for the market to expand. I'm usually perma bear, so I'm hoping we can see that, but nothing to indicate that. You kind of set yourself up for failure when you're a perma bear because the market goes up most of the time, right? It's much easier to long than it is to short. Shorting is hard, man. You just gotta remember, like the market wants to go up, not down, most of the time. Later, Darren. I'm not telling you never to short, but it is one of those things where it's very hard to be a bear in the U.S. markets. I mean, I just don't know why. Where does the mentality come from? Like, if you look at the market on a higher time frame, like, why would you be bearish overall? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think just like again having variables and like knowing when things, I think you need to have like pretty incredible criteria to be looking for shorts, or you should just avoid them most of the time. Just rotation back up into our highs off of another hold of our today's POC as well as yesterday's POC. So if you're trading this, this is just your first risk off again, just bouncing off of our edge here. We are looking for price to be able to develop above the 62.64 if we're going to continue on our way. That's really all we got right now. We're doing what we need to. Now we're just watching to see if we can build at this edge, and then continue on our way outside of our value. But we understand that this is where the sell side sits here into this 62, 64. Very clear. Again, what we're doing right now is just trying to build above this POC here. As long as that can continue to maintain, and then we can look outside of value, which is, again, sitting here into the 62. Expansion potential is pretty high. We'd like to see Russell continue on its way without RTY. We're just dependent on NQ right now, and NQ is pushing into previous day value high right now at 330. So if it loses momentum and ES is also at our edge, then there's not really a reason to be expecting a ton. Again, offer sitting at 64s on ES, 330 here at on NQ. But if RTY can find a low, we're in a good spot for a full market participation breakout. I think it's fine to leave a runner, but I would definitely take off at least partial risk for this move into our highs, and then just try to chill with it, see what we do. I have one left here with a 56 average. I took off into 63, 64. So I've fully closed my position from our 48. And now I am just in a runner here from our higher low here at our POC hold, watching to see if we can break outside of value. Just following our pathing. Oh, that mentality comes from seeing such quick moves to the downside. My brain is like, slow grinds up, boring, but quick, big money. When it drops, fun. I mean, you don't need to work on changing it. You just need to only look for it when the criteria is being met. Having that as your overall mindset doesn't make sense, but looking for clear shorts where we have an offside buyer above and a clear holding of our flips, right? Like, again, like you just have to have incredibly clear variables to take shorts. But a grind up does not mean that we're gonna sell, right? Just like a grind down doesn't mean that we're gonna bid, right? Like that can't be your criteria of why you're bearish or bullish, because we're not moving fast enough. So you have to build out really strong criteria to have that bias make sense, and that's the most important part. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that logic as a baseline, but having an overall bearish mentality on the market just because it's not moving at the speed in which you want is a way to set yourself up for failure, because it sounds like what it's going to do is be very revenge trade heavy when things don't go as planned because of what you think is going to happen in the market, right? And that can be incredibly draining and a really vicious cycle, because you expect something to happen and then you get emotional with it of like, why isn't this happening? Why I'm not having fun? So if the market's not fun, then I should be looking in the opposite direction. And then all of a sudden you're now, trying to short just like a slow grind up with no clear participant who, has shown themselves on the other side of the trade to push price down. And remember, like our 1 lot, our 2 lot, our 10 lot, it doesn't matter what size you're trading. It's small enough where it doesn't matter. Our lots don't make a difference to the market movement. And so we have to be trading with the participants who are the driving force in the market. And when we're trying to counter trend trade against those driving forces, we're already setting ourselves up for a statistical failure. It's much easier to play with the people who are moving the market than against them. I short all the time, but I think that for a lot of you, it's a good way to, for a lot of you, I think that in the beginning, you should be focusing on one direction and one trade type within a very set amount of time. because you don't have enough edge yet. You don't have edge on both the short, the long, multiple setups, multiple different day types, right? Like in the beginning, and even like in the middle. I mean, even if you've been trading for a while, a lot of you just don't have that knowledge yet of like what to expect in different kinds of markets and different strategies, right? Like you're like, I'm a trend trader, I'm a balance trader, right? And like that's fine. And you should be trading that day type that you're good at, you're confident at. And like if it's not there, then you have no edge, then you don't trade, right? But when you try to force trades on a daily basis and you don't know how to play that day type, you're already kind of setting yourself up for failure. So I think sticking with like one direction and one trade that you like, right, that meets said criteria is by far the best way to go in the beginning, because you then have clear edge that you can then build around, right? You have a control. And I think that control is the most important thing, because when you're journaling and you're trying to learn 5 or 6 different setups, it becomes really rough to build off of, quote unquote edge, because you're trying too many things at once. So how are you going to document it when you're trying, 5 or 6 different strategies at the same time? It makes it very hard to stay focused. So you stick with one setup, you build out that setup, right? You do it within a certain block of time, and then all of a sudden you have multiple examples on a daily basis of like, oh, this is when it worked really well, this one it didn't work well, right? You're controlling your risk. When you're trying to do like 7 or 6 or 7 different strategies, it's like, oh, okay, well, this is going to be very hard for me to stay consistent because I'm not being consistent in the first place, right? So it's going to be hard for me to stay profitable or consistently profitable because I'm already not consistent in what I'm taking trade-wise. To start from the ground up, I'm risked off here into 70s. But we have potentially one more leg up if we can hold 62s here. But that's your full pathing as we push into previous day value high. Now let's see if we can hold this edge and then get this last leg up. Or if this is going to fail, look back below, rotate back down to POC. All right. Attempting our value edge here on a look back in. I mean, it looks like we're going back down to POC here at 54s. Let's see what we do. scary. I mean, there's really no change here, boys. Just bouncing previous day POC, holding our value edge tail, right? So sell side still in play here, as this guy is still holding our edge. There's again just no real change. We need to show interest over this, or this is where our offer sits. You don't get a clear secondary leg down until we flip below this, but once we do, then we can start to look for this liquidity up here to be offsides. Right now it's just balance, but very clear hold of our seller into these highs off of this bid. We're watching to see if we're absorbing up here, and then if we can then see sellers sweep us below for downside, or if we're going to be able to maintain just this balance between POC and our value high. So between this 55 and 65 area, basically. Yeah, there's not much to really do here until we see either a flip above and show interest over like 66s on ES with Russell continuing to push, or a push below 55s for continuation down. Just balance in our upper node, but holding our value edge as resistance here. It's the same thing on NQ. Just 50 to 60 is your offer that we need to flip, or all we did was retrace our sweep down. We're just trying to see, like, again, like the entire point of this movement is trying to trap buyers up into these highs, but then we need to see a secondary sellers step in at these lows and actually flip this for the real downside move to happen. We're getting this catalyst with this initial sweep down that we saw, right? And we're now defending it. But we need to see this buyer down here flip for anything real, or this is just going to be a clear rotation between these two boxes. Yeah. Again, like we're seeing it on footprint, the absorption actually happen. They've absorbed what, like 2,000 lots in this area so far on the bid, but they've also shown no interest yet below our 58s. They've taken in about 1,000 contracts, so we've got this very two-sided trading here, but with buyers a bit heavy on the offside side up into these highs, right? Like nothing's changed. We're back inside value. So there's nothing wrong with this position still. Like we have paths. We just need to see them show sell side interest below this, where this guy's absorbing for anything more, or this is just going to be, you know, basically a 1-to-1 trade right now. While we, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Right, we've got the same risk above at 64 to 68 as this 58 to 54. And you just have this range. But if we can get this seller to step down below POC, then we should be able to get at least to a value low as your secondary target. So we'll see. I don't know. It's just very flat while we wait. But our edge is holding, so no matter what, this is making sense pathwise to me. I somehow didn't get filled at 58s. I don't I don't know what to say about that one. All right, I just got filled on my first contracts there at 58. 54 is my next risk. Just following our pathing, just back into value. Need to see sell side like really step on the gas as we push down into this if we're gonna do anything more. Just again talking about like that absorption there. But I mean, I wish there's something for me to say here, but there's not. Just holding our value edge is resistance, rotating down to POC. That's the trade. We're watching to see if we can get any more, or if the bid is going to be able to remain here at our 56, 54, just like we have pathed. If we can flip 54, 56 and offer it, then we'll have one more leg down into 44 to 46, our value low, which we have marked as our secondary target. Yeah, just Russell heading down, no momentum to the upside, just rotating back down to our oscillation low. RTY currently oscillating between 55 and 46. So as we head down to that 46 level, just keeping our eye on it to see if it's going to hold the bottom of its oscillation or if we're going to do anything new. Right, very slow market, but we are back inside value, just back to POC. Very clear buyer again at this 54 to 56 right now. We need to see sell side pressure to flip this if we're going to do another leg, and then I'd be targeting 48. Just watching to see what we do here as we push down. Slow but steady, clear lower highs after trapping liquidity outside of value, right? So now it's just a matter of what do we do now that this guy is offsides above? We've retested him. We've shown a very clear willingness after our sell to hold and then rotate down back to our POC here at 54 to 56. Now watching to see if we can get this sweeper below for our runner or if this is all we get, right? But regardless, this is your first risk off here into your 58 to 54. If we can flip below this and hold, then we will look for the move down to previous day value low and current value low, again, into this 48 to 43, 44 area. We need to see sell side sweep below if we're going to do this next leg. Nothing else really to talk about. It's just a very clear distribution and profile trade. I just took off another contract there into 54. Again, I have one runner left at 48s for the full rotation down into our value low. I've taken off 3 ES as we've pushed down from our flip back inside value. Just posting an update of our screenshot here from our footprint chart. Again, just have my one runner left now with PT at 48s now that I've taken off 3 contracts from our edge. And that looks like this, I guess, if you really care. Right, just our look back into value, and then that liquidity offside is our risk.
But I mean, it's just what we have drawn on chart. Very, very clear, very simple, one directional. I'll be right back.
Oh, this kind of moved over here. Sorry. I think that is a better screenshot for your reference. Again, this is POC on the daily, as well as Friday's POC. We're watching to see how we interact here. This is Russell bottom of oscillation. But that's really it. I'm going to delete this so I can go to our monitor setup. Our multiple. So this is our oscillation that we're currently trading in. It's just a pretty clear box on Russell, right? So we're watching to see if something's going to shift here or if we're going to continue to find these same buyers into these lows. Because if we do, then we don't expect more downside. But if Russell can do something new, right, then that will lead to our next leg down on ES. So I'm really just watching to see, are we going to do another oscillation like this, right? Keeping us in this balance and keeping NQ and ES, right, balanced here. That was the whole reason why we were looking for that at our 47s, right? It's just POC holding as supportive on both NQ and ES in our PVZ between our two zones while Russell oscillates. That is why we took off our risk into that POC, because there's no more downside until we can flip this and show this as resistance on both NQ and ES. It'll just be a value high retest again with RTY finding clear bids into our lows here at our 47s like we talked about. What I see on RTY is a seller trying to step us down though, right? So we're going to keep an eye on that if we're going to start this channeling down or if we're going to do the full oscillation back up. So if we can continue to like put in these lower highs and we're continuing to see that weakness in Russell on, you know, like this is what I'm talking about, right? Very clear. So this would be our breakdown for that next leg if we could do it, is if like Russell continued to show that interest on those lower highs. But I have to respect this low just because like it's so clear that we're just oscillating. But that is what I'm waiting for to see what we do. Just back into our value high here. No change. You can see all we're doing is trying to trap liquidity on both ES and NQ into these highs into our value. Bids are desperately trying to get us over this value structure from our hold at POC. We can see all this liquidity that's stepping in, trying to get this push, and maybe they'll succeed. You never know, but like as of right now, right, like this liquidity is being absorbed. Very clear that these guys on both are being absorbed, and we need to see this flip and then hold this as supportive for us to feel comfy in this position, or this is just going to come in, absorb, and then we'll look for that lower offer and then that rotation down, right? This is just as we push into our edge here, right? It's the same thing. Push into our edge here. We're seeing this absorption. We're watching to see how Russell interacts now that we've bounced our lows. How do we do? What do we do? Do we continue to put into lower highs? Are we going to come back up to this high? And what happens once this, comes back up to those highs? Into the top of its oscillation. Do we lose momentum again and then stuff all these guys for the move to actually happen? We'll find out. Yeah, I mean that's basically the only trade you're gonna do, unless you're gonna long POC, right? Like I said, like there's not much here other than like the absorption that's very clear above into our highs. Like it's just it is what it is. It's balanced, but with a buyer offsides above, right? Like we can see it on ES so fucking clearly. Look at this guy getting absorbed up in those highs, just into our val edge. It's just Russell oscillating, right? While ES and NQ are absorbing into highs. Right, like this is like pretty clearly what we're doing. Jesus. Later, man. Hopefully, you kept it simple and followed. I don't really know what else to do. I mean, it is what it is, right? Played the upside, played the downside, balance. Easy day. Have a good rest of your day, bud. Did you guys see that video of the guy ringing the bell through the Ring camera? So good. Dying this weekend. I mean, I haven't heard it today, but also there isn't a lot of news. There's been nothing reportable. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's working, but I also don't think anything has happened. So it's going to be very hard to test because, again, there's just no news. Hard to see any 30 plus point moves on NQ. I mean, that's literally the rotation we're in. There's 30 plus points. 340 to 300 right now. And then with the secondary leg being 300 to 260, which is another 30 plus point move. What I've got it drawn. Right? It's just balance. But I mean, I totally understand if you want to call it a day. It's a very slow day so far. But that's literally the move that you just said that like this is just balance. Right? This is the current range, which is 60 points with a 30 point inside move if you wanted to wait for it, just from a hold of our low into our highs, right? With a secondary move coming down for another 60 points. So, like, it's exactly what you're looking for, just not at the speed in which you want it. Oh, I just have these on so that I can mute, I can turn off everything, right? If need be, but they still stay, right? It's the same levels that are drawn on the actual chart, but this is just a way to keep it clean so that I can still have them on as like a skeleton level while still being able to then like turn on drawings only or do indicators only plus our outline levels. Yeah. So it's just a way to visualize it, but I can turn things off as need be. Yeah, I mean it's just what I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible today so that people don't overthink it because it is really that simple today. It's just clear absorption into our highs with just waiting for the seller to flip this low or us pop it. You know, it's nothing crazy. We are just trading within this node. Back to POC, holding value high on both ES and NQ while Russell oscillates. No real expansion potential until RTY breaches above or below this zone. Just an oscillation of POC to value. What's up, Ali? So stupid. Wait, there's a part two. It's so good, dude. I was dying this weekend. Yes, Harry Dresden from the the film noir fantasy series. Bro, but like the him ringing the bell has to be one of the funniest things. Holy. Yeah, he got in. RTY holding our lows, full rotation back up to highs. No change. I mean, they're just absorbing at the lows, man. There's no breakdown without Russell breaking down. There's nothing else we can really talk about with this. But like, look at the ES action here. Look at how much they're absorbing into these lows. The memes are so good with the bell. Holy. I mean, it is like there's no you don't even have to change his face. Like it's just him. Like that edit is unnecessary.
Yes.
I mean, there's really nothing new here, boys. RTY top of range, yes, and NQ rejected our supply, pushing back down to retest our lows. We're watching to see if there's anything new that will happen. If Russell can breach our highs and ES and NQ can hold lows, then maybe we get a little divergence and we have a trapped trader outside of our value. This guy right now is incredibly screwed at 52s. Just incredibly screwed. Oops.
We're just keeping an eye on this liquidity here with RTY into highs. Later, Ben. Is Mario not coming in today? I don't, you guys know his schedule. I don't know anything. Is he out still? Tuesday? Okay. Oh, Trump finally deleted that AI generated picture of him as Jesus after his followers on Truth Social started calling him the Antichrist. You can't make it up. Dude, when he's losing his followers on Truth Social, like it's cooked. Uh, never, never. I mean, never is the answer. But I did find a new Trump tweet meme, which I'm enjoying quite a bit. Oh, so long, man's in outer space. I'm collecting these like Pepe's, man. Watching Russell into highs here. Again, we've incredible amount of trap traders. Supply is still supplying on ES and NQ, but if Russell can breach out of here, this offside liquidity below outside of range is going to result in a breakout. I really am trying to focus in on that because that offside liquidity on ES into 52 is screwed. Watching our value edge highs here on ES and NQ with Russell taking out highs. Watching to see if we can hold this type of oscillation. If we can, then we can get expansion because we held our mid, trapped at the lows, made a higher low, and now we're watching to see what happens. See if we can get this breach. Later, Basil. Man, it seems like a lot of you guys were sidelined today. Crazy. It's like one of the easier days in my opinion. No hate, right? But I just, is it maybe just too slow? Unsure.
BlackRock Investment Institute turns overweight on US stocks.
I'm flipped long outside of value. No reason not to. Russell broke out our highs, so man, we'll just go. As long as RTY is moving, we've got room. I mean, all of the charts are pinned. Is that chart not? But I also don't even have drawings on right now. I'm just trading our volume profile for today. Like PVZ is doing all of the hard work for us. But drawings are here, right? Top of balance is being marked. Everything is like still pretty clear. Bottom of balance, top of balance, holding. No change in anything. And Q chart is incredibly solid. Our pivots held, flipping up into this upper distribution. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really new. Been trading in the same distribution for like 3 months. Right, we got the look below and fail. It's rotating up now. Trying to get back into this pivot flip here on ES. If we can hold, then we should be able to rotate up to 76.
The S&P 500 up 0.2%, Nasdaq 100 up 0.3%.
Weird.
Trump is to speak at any moment, according to Fox.
Great.
So again, that's Fox News saying that Trump is due to speak at any moment.
So again, we just have this trap liquidity at our lows with Russell maintaining our bottom oscillation. Market's pushing off of this for some reason, but I mean, I'll take it. I'm going to take off one here and then just leave a runner.
So a Fox anchor here is speaking about a potential Trump appearance. Keep in mind on his roll call, he's not scheduled for any public appearances today. But again, a Fox anchor now saying that Trump is to speak at any moment.
Again, our trading is just based off of Russell's movement. As long as Russell is holding and pushing, we have the ability to continue. Now just rotating. Stopped and flipped right on my runner. It's really nothing crazy. Just flipped of our value, bought, and then we played up to our PVZ reversion zone on NQ and into ES. We're watching to see if Russell can get continuation, but I mean, that's nothing crazy. My stop's been posted for the last hour, right? Like, there's nothing new. RTY held our lows. We trapped into those lows. We saw the higher low. We just waited for the flip of supply, and then it's just a bid. Nothing crazy. We'll watch to see if we can hold our POC of our previous 15, as well as our value high here on ES 72s. This is previous day value high at 70 to 72. Would love to see if we could sustain here on ES as NQ is able to bid and hold our POC to value with Russell continuing to push. As long as Russell is able to continue to push, we have momentum in market and we can keep going up. I mean, it doesn't matter what he's gonna say, man. It literally does not matter. You know, the war's won. NATO didn't help. We're blockading the blockade. The Pope sucks. Tariffs are great. I was right. Everyone else is wrong. The economy's never been better. What else? What are others? We're the hottest country in the world right now. We were dead. What else? What else is there? I think I hit most of his one-liners. Oh, and then let me throw in inshallah and Allah is good just for the poly market people. RTY, beautiful hold of our value edge.
ES holding our previous day value high, our 70 to
Trump
72.
on Truth Social says 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since this foolish closure began.
Huge.
Again, that's Trump saying 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, the highest number since this began.
NQ holding our value to POC. Just continuing to push and hold. Watching to see if we can hold on RTY. This is the most important part. If we can hold that value edge, that'll be big for this flag pattern to continue to play. The market is absorbing this move quite a bit. You guys should, if you live in a city, you should download this app called Too Good to Go. This weekend I was at the our farmers market, and one of the bakeries has it, and I got like 3 different loaves of focaccia bread and like 2 loaves of regular bread for $4 because they were just gonna throw it away. This app gives you goodie bags of random stuff that like for the cheaps. It allows like the restaurant to make some money on things that they were gonna trash anyways at the end of like their business day. But if you live in a city, I'm sure that you also have restaurants available. Too Good to Go.
Oil prices pair gains in choppy trade, with Brent easing to $100 a barrel.
It's not, Rory, do you listen to me? Hello? Too good to go is the app. It's like restaurants and bakeries and I don't know, just like different businesses will at the end of their like lunch hour or breakfast hour, like they're when they're gonna throw food away, they'll just sell it for like super cheap instead of just throwing it away. Yeah, too good to go. A lot of like breakfast places and lunch places will sell their inventory going into. Yeah, it's
According to
pickup.
an NBC
What do you think they're gonna
reporter on
deliver it
X,
to you?
citing the global intelligence firm Kipler, the actual number of ships that transited the Strait of Hormuz yesterday was 4.
You need a taxi for your. You couldn't support the business during the regular hours, and now you're gonna get a taxi as well to deliver your your food. Holy. True. Well, they should pay you. Doing them a favor. Oh yeah, I'm sure LA is huge with
So
it.
Trump is currently speaking to reporters live, touting the tax bill to food delivery persons.
Where is he speaking live, man? I don't have a link. Yeah, I mean it's cool too because like you're supporting a business, but you're also getting more food. Like it's kind of just like a win-win. Kind of just a win-win. We've got some
Trump
offside.
on Iran talk says Vance has done a good job.
Surely, surely he's done a good job. That's funny. Just watching our offer here. Very clear where we need to breach or where we're going to be expecting a lower high, right?
Trump says Iran talks our sticking point was over nuclears. So again, Trump saying the Iran talk sticking point was over nuclear.
Right, a very clear reoffer
Says we've
there.
been called by the other side and they want to make a deal very badly. Trump on Iran talk says, I think Iran will now agree on nuclear.
No, he went to
Trump
Pakistan
does say,
this
though, that
weekend.
Iran did not agree to not having a nuclear weapon. We'll get the nuclear material back.
Watching our value edge here.
Trump says, if Iran doesn't agree to no nuclear weapons, no deal.
Okay. Well, they're not going to agree, so...
A commentary from IEA's Birol says oil supplies down 13 million barrels per day amid the Iran war. And Trump says, I can't let Iran blackmail the world.
That's interesting. Watching our edge here on RTY, ES, NQ, all testing value off of our offside buyer who's above here that we highlighted. This is just that pullback into this. Now watching to see what we do. Again, this is just, there's a very clear seller that got absorbed. Or sorry, buyer that got absorbed, and then we got
Trump
a reoffer
says many
here,
ships are heading to the US to load up on oil.
Let's see what we do here on reoffer into our lows. again, as long as RTY is continuing to maintain, I'm not too worried about this, but we have to watch for this offer as we push into 78s and 390.
Trump says, I got a call this morning by Iran. They want to make a deal. Trump says, I could resolve Iran before tankers get to the US, and that other countries have offered to help. Trump confirming that the blockade has started. We do have a live video. It's on the feed for those interested. So again, Trump just confirming Strait of Hormuz blockade started at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay, back into our offer here. Just watch to see if we get a lower offer.
IEA's Birol adds that oil prices don't reflect the severity of the problem. And adds that oil prices will soon converge to reflect the crisis. Trump on the countries that will help with Hormuz says, I'll offer details tomorrow.
New 15s have opened, opening at POC to value of previous candle. Watching Russell at top of range. Offer holding above, but really keeping an eye on RTY here into these highs. We've got, again, buyers offsides above us that we're pushing into. Offer very clear. But we can still experience a higher low here.
Trump says the Iran timetable hasn't changed. There's no fighting now. Trump says now Iran is doing no business. We'll keep it that way. Trump repeats that we have a good relationship with China. The dollar index erasing some of the day's gains as Trump speaks. That's the Dixie down around 0.1%. Trump on China's President Xi says he wants to see Iran issue ended.
RTY breakout, pushing up from a hold of our value edge. NQ still holding highs. ES taken. RTY leading.
DoorDash grandma is getting questioned about her opinion on trans athletes.
Trump on the
Poor
blockade
lady.
says oil companies will do well there and here.
Holy shit. Poor woman. You can see the light flash by her eyes, dude. She did not want to get canceled.
So, according to The Atlantic reporter on X, the next round of Iran-US direct talks will be held in Islamabad on Thursday. That's a source in Tehran telling this reporter.
Brother, what is going on?
Trump says we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this.
Right, they can come visit your house.
It's been 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. Fed Goolsbee is due to be appearing on Fox. IEA Chief Birrell says, I hope another oil stockpile release is not needed, but we stand ready to act.
Come on, RTY, keep pushing. Held our lows on NQ just where we thought that would be. Held our low on ES just where we thought it would be. Right, our
Trump
value
says
edge.
the US has
RTY
great
continuing to
capacity
push
take
up.
care of oil business.
Let's see if NQ can get some follow through here, boys, or if this is it. Still need to take out this wick high. You didn't like the value edge retest? What are you? A wuss? I mean, he'll be alright, man. Just joking. This probably goes to like 450, 460 though, would be my guess. Into our ADR. But taking off one here. As long as Russell's pushing, like there's no logic that makes sense for a short. It's like the easiest thing that you can add to your trading system. It's just like, is the market moving together? All right, which way is it moving together in? Huh, maybe I shouldn't short in the opposite direction of which the market is moving. Should I be looking for a pullback or do I look for a short? Is there divergence or no? How are these people getting that big of a refund? Like, why are they overpaying that much? That's insane.
IEA Chief Birrell says more than 80 oil and gas facilities, including production terminals and refineries, have been damaged by the war with Iran. And Trump now ends his comments at the White House.
See what happens here as we push into this. Just got like very clear liquidity here on ES and NQ off of footprint on our imbalances. So we push into this. If this flips and it goes offer, then I'm going to be pretty bearish. But if this holds as supportive, then no change. Just watching for RTY higher low, ES and NQ to find bids here into these boxes.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour. We're expecting comments from Fed Goolsby, who's speaking on Fox News.
Bro thought he was a doctor in this photo. Like, who believes this? What? Who believes that, man? He thought he was a doctor here. That's what he's going with. This is his excuse. That's what he thought. First of all, who does he heal? But also, what? Who believes that? Come on.
IEA's Birrell says Middle East energy supply recovery may take 2 years.
Yo, you gotta. The people are freaking out on Twitter with that one. So if they think that that's Lucifer, that's as soon as people started seeing that. And what's crazy is that that's an edit from the original. This is a repost someone else did, and it was perfectly fine in the original, and then they changed it to that. That's the conspiracy. Because the original look didn't look like that at all.
So MSN Now, citing a NATO official, says Britain is leading a coalition of more than 40 countries to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, after he posted that, like all of his Truth Social was just like calling him the Antichrist. It's like, all right, mission successful. It's cool. They'll still vote for him. But yeah, this is what the original looked like. This is what they changed it to when they reposted it. Kind of weird. Here, I'm posting it now. Like, what an odd change.
We are shortly expecting comments from Fed Goolsby, who's appearing on Fox News.
This is where I'd expect a potential lower high to be if it was going to be anywhere off of our bounce points on both ES and NQ. Just watch for, as we push into this 86 on ES, for a potential lower offer here on retest into our edge. Right, we've got a very clear little edge here on our node. Just want to be careful as we push into that. Right, this is where we expect if there's going to be a lower offer. It would sit here, and then we'd be looking for this to then hold it, and then we'd rotate down like that. If not, then this will just bid. We'll look for this to go supportive instead, and then rotate up off of it. So that's what I'm really watching for. Again, like very clear buyers into these lows that we just played off of. Now let's watch to see what we do as we push into these highs. Great first risk off, and then just leave a runner for free. It's a pretty simple trade. New 15s have opened. Again, take off your first risk, call it a day. Oh, all he does is AI slot post, dude. It's crazy. I don't get it. But, man, the boomers love it. The boomers eat it up. Well, that's the thing. He didn't originally create it, right? Like, whoever his intern posted it, or he posted it, like, it's been altered. It's very odd. Like, it's not just a simple, like, repost. Why? But also, like, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, he's still depicting himself as Jesus. Very odd. I mean, it's not like it's the first time. You remember when Pope Francis died, and then he posted himself as the Pope. He's literally the only president slash person in politics who could get away with that. Imagine like Obama doing that shit, dude. Holy, we'd have riots in the streets. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see that. I'm risk free here. I'm just I took with the 1-to-1 based off our zone, just pushing into highs. I think like 460 is on the table, 460, 470, but I'm just leaving a runner for it. I've already kind of overstayed, but that's because I didn't know Mario wasn't going to be on. At 400? Yeah, same. Yeah, I have runners on ES at 82 and a runner at 399.75 on NQ. But nothing crazy.
According to Israel's Channel 14, Israel and Lebanon negotiations to begin tomorrow at 2 p.m. GMT in Washington. So that will be 9 a.m. Eastern. The S&P 500 up 0.5%, the Dow up 0.04%, and the Nasdaq up 0.7%. US natural gas futures extend losses. Intraday prices fall to lowest since November 2024 on forecasts for mild weather and low demand.
Mm-hmm. You guys do anything fun this weekend? Anything noteworthy? Snowboarding. Where's there still snow?
According to CBS, the US delegation is still engaging with Iran's leaders.
Oh, really? I figured it would be like pretty bad because Cali was pretty warm the entire like winter, wasn't it? Or no? Am I just wrong? Oh wow.
Coming from CBS, one US official said there is forward motion on trying to get to an agreement.
It's still cool. I miss snowboarding, man. I wish I could still do it. Yeah, my knees just so messed up. Much. That's why I swim. It's way less pressure on them compared to like biking or running or snowboarding. It's the it's fine with like that like bilateral movement. It's the putting pressure on it when I'm balanced when it's straight is really rough because my patella dislocates. Right, like my kneecap is doesn't have like the strength on either side, the cartilage there. It's just genetic. Got incredibly. I do like a ton of strength training in my legs, but it doesn't only help so much. Like sometimes I'll like stand up and I'll feel my knee like almost dislocating just from that. It's scary. It's incredibly scary. Yeah, brother, my genetic knee disorder doesn't care about your sissy squats. I promise you, I've gone to a doctor. I do lots of strength training. I had to stop playing soccer, and I had to stop snowboarding, everything because of it. Stop skating. My dad has the same issue, and my aunt. The Whoop community?
According to tanker trackers, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is confusing after all of Trump's statements and orders.
That's a funny headline. You guys just want to see how little sleep I get? Is that that's what you want? My Whoop's been shutting on, like not connecting to my phone a lot lately. I don't know what's going on. Like I'll just occasionally check, and then all of a sudden it just won't be connecting to my phone. I don't know if it's a phone issue or like the actual bracelet, but I keep having to like restart it. Might just be about that time to get a new phone.
Also, it is absolutely wild that our delegation is what it is. Like, it makes like I don't understand, man. Like, that's the thing that I'm most upset about. It's like, why the fuck is Jared Kushner going with JD Vance and not like the Secretary of State, like the guy whose like actual job is to negotiate this stuff? Like, why is he not going out and doing these things? Why do we have a random citizen who's not part of the administration? Like, why aren't people pissed about that, man? Like, this, like, that's insane to me that no one else is mad about this, that we're not having like we have people who this is like their actual job and we're not even sending them. I just don't get it. Like, we have diplomats, man. Like, we have trade diplomats and we're sending out people that aren't even part of this administration. Like, I just, if it was anyone else, it would be the only thing that was talked about. If that's the stuff that drives me nuts. Like, what are we doing? And why is no one mad? Like, what are we doing? Why are we just allowing this stuff to happen? Again, like, I don't care about your political views, but like, why are we just allowing like, that's insane. Like, we have diplomats.
Per ship tracking data, a tanker bound for China was forced to reverse course under the US blockade.
It's too much work to care. I feel like that is basically it summed up. Not only is it too much work to care, people can't afford to care. I think that's the biggest issue. Like, there's a reason why no Kings protests are on the weekend, right? And last 2 hours. It's because people can't afford to miss work. Right? Like they've made it too expensive to care. Everyone's working 2 jobs just to like pay their rent and get by. Like, they can't afford to miss and be on the street. They've flooded the zone with so much nonsense that it's just like, you can't even, it's just, everyone's tired. But yeah, no, I don't even mean like individuals should care. Like, Congress should care. The House should care. When like,
So according to
we're
marine
just not
traffic, 2
following.
tankers turn away from the Strait of Hormuz after the US blockade begins.
Like, why are we not sending diplomats out? Like, I don't, that just blows my mind. Like, that shouldn't be a partisan issue. Like, people in government should care that their jobs don't matter and their titles don't matter. Just retesting highs. You just take off risk here if you want. It's up to you. 430 to 440. I'd like to see 470, 460, but always good to take off into supply. Russell continuing to push, holding our pivots, no change. It's a $700 trade from 400s so far, just playing back into these highs. Oops. Do you guys like this like simple, just like one singular level playing around
According to
thing?
CBS,
Like, what do
quoting a
we...
Pakistani government official saying, "We have intensified our diplomatic efforts to bring the US and Washington back to the negotiating table."
What do you mean? Well, I've highlighted... I've been highlighting one level today. Over and over again. I mean, you might not even be watching stream, I don't know, but like this is what my chart's been looking like that I've been posting. Just like, oh, this is the area I care about. And then I occasionally just turn indicators on so that you can see why I'm doing what I'm doing, but I'm a Dan. Wait, I didn't see the beginning of this stream. Oh my god.
According to CBS, citing sources, Pakistan is now awaiting response to the United States and Iran to resume negotiations. The Canadian dollar strengthens to a near 3-week high.
Oh my god. Brother, the cringe I just felt was... Oh. Why did they do a skit in the beginning of their press conference? Their impromptu press conference that no one knew about had a skit of her delivering DoorDash. Hashtag ad. The funniest one still is him advertising beans. That's still the best one from his first presidency. Oh my god, him advertising beans was so good. It's just such like it's such a priceless image, man. Like this dude actually posted this image on shilling beans. God, you gotta love it. I mean, what are we doing here? Am I staying until 70? Like, what's the plan? Because I'm running out of things to do on Twitter. Not gonna lie. I was only planning on being here till 12. It's now almost 2. A pretty easy day, but very slow day. Yeah, give me your login deets. You guys watching The Boys? New season? I think I'm caught up. Maybe not. I don't know. I have like 2 episodes of The Pit I need to watch, and I think I'm caught up on The Boys. I've been catching up on all the new weekly anime. Um, right now. That's what I did this weekend. I'm not watching this season of Invincible. I don't know. I'll watch it when the season ends, but the animation was just like so absolute ass. I couldn't do it weekly. The voice acting is so good, but the animation is so bad. It's so sad. So I'll definitely watch it as soon as it's done, but I don't know. You love how politicized it is? I mean, it's The Boys, man. It is what it is. Always has been. Oops, I didn't mean to move that. Just new 15's opening above POC, slow grind up. POC's holding a supportive. RTY sideways while this is happening. Just slow grinds to ADR targets on both ES and NQ. Do I still have my stop below 400? I mean, yeah, I haven't personally moved it. It's still at 386, but I mean, I could move it to break even at this point. Yeah, I mean, there's no.
Fez Goolsby on Fox News says if oil was $90 a barrel a month after month, would start spinning over to other prices.
I mean, it's up to you. I'm not even looking at charts, to be honest. But I was way heavier on my ES position than my NQ position. Same pivot. But that one's break even. Just watching. I mean, we're just like slow crawling over with Russell losing momentum into highs. But I don't know. I mean, it's just so slow. You're trying to watch this, it's like watching paint dry as we slow grind up to target.
Goolsby says on oil futures prices show people think this will be a short run argument. Feds Goolsby says as long as consumer remains strong, economic growth will too.
Yeah, I mean, this is ES ADR, and this is Russell into our pivot at 72.8. It's from last week. So I mean, it's again, we're at a local resistance. It makes sense. It's ES ADR, RTY highs. So like the only thing we have left is NQ to run while ES and RTY go sideways, right? So that it can play catch up. This could easily curl over, but we haven't seen it yet. Like they're definitely trying here on ES, but I don't know. Nothing that like I care about. What would I have to see for me to care? I need to see someone like get pretty stuck up into those highs, and then I need to see like a very clear offer shift, or it's just going to be the same bid again, just like rotate back down, seeking liquidity off of the lack of desire to push higher. Like I need to see like a pretty
Bank of
clear
England's
flip
Governor Bailey says banks have remained resilient.
for me to go short, or I'd rather just chill in my runner for instead of over trading, slow chop, and then grind up. Like it just looks like another RTY oscillation. So as long as that's continuing to maintain and NQ and ES are continuing to just hold our bid, and like what do I care?
Fed Goolsby says this oil shock not like the 1970s.
Yeah, sure. Don't stress about it.
Fed Goolsby says don't be surprised if you see a soaring of consumer sentiment.
I mean, you're up like 600 bones right now. It's not a bad area to just take off if you're happy with it. I mean, is it worth losing 30 points for 20 more points?
Fed Goolsby says some breakdown of consumer sentiment as indicator of behavior.
Well, it's up to you. I don't know where you're at, but I mean, we're just ranging.
So just reiterating, Fed Goolsby says don't be surprised if you see a souring of consumer sentiment.
Later, man. Trading before 10 a.m.? Why? Like the open, you mean? Or like pre-market? I feel like trading the open is only worth if you have pre-market levels drawn. Like you have to be prepared if you're going to trade open of like where we are in, like you have to do some work beforehand. If not, then you have to wait. It just feels like too much like a coin flip first 30 if you haven't done the pre-market work. Which just makes sense, right? Like it's like pure vibes trading at open without that. I don't know. I think best trading, by far, without question, is 10 to 12. Everything else is just ass. I think most people should trade that and then leave. And if they don't find anything in those 2 hours, then, you know, it is what it is. Try again the next day. I mean, yeah, that's fine. There's just way too much news. I think like the first 30 minutes are great if you are trading larger risk to reward because of the volatility. But like you have to go into it knowing that right, like those are make or break account trades rather than solid edge, clear risk to reward most of the time, you know? Like it's just a different mentality. Like there's nothing wrong. Like you can make insane money in your first 30 minutes. You can also lose insane money in your first 30 minutes. Like will there be better setups, right? Like will there be trades that meet all of your criteria later on in the day? Yeah, probably, right? Like that are much better and suited for what you're used to trading. Right? It's like people who refuse to not trade FOMC, right? It's like, yes, there will be volatility. Yes, this could make your account, but it could also break your account. It's like, do you have the edge? It's like when we were talking about last Friday, which is like, so many people are unwilling to take the easy trades when we know where price is going to head because they're
only looking for, you know, the 5-to-1 risk to reward. They're looking for the huge moves instead of the clear moves where we're doing like a 1-to-1, you know, 2-to-1, 1-to-1, where we're just rotating a clear range. Like, just play that thing back down to the lows, right, of our range. Make some money. Clear risk to reward. Like, it's not exciting, but it's easy work, right? Just playing the balance. Take those trades that actually make sense and that you have criteria to play around, instead of like trying to look for like the huge dopamine moves. And as soon as you can like relax and feel comfortable missing out on like the big moves and play the things that like actually make sense to you, the better off you're going to be, right? Like, as long as you remember, like, your job isn't to capture every rotation in the market, it is to get to meet your profit target criteria to take a payout. Right? Like, that's your only objective. And all of this movement in the market is noise to you because you're a day trader, right? So the overall moves don't matter. The overall where we're headed doesn't matter. Nothing matters other than you finding that one trade that's going to make you your money for the day so that you can get to your profit target to take your payout.
Hezbollah head Naim Qassem calls on Lebanese government to cancel Tuesday meeting with Israeli officials in Washington.
And as soon as you like flip to that kind of mentality of like, oh, my job, it doesn't matter where the market's headed. It doesn't matter if we're going to go up, you know, over the next week. It's, is there a setup that meets my criteria, right? That my edge, and will I be able to extract money from these rotations? And then will I be able to then dip out so that I meet my criteria? And then, you know, you can worry about the other stuff later on, but you have to, that's like your initial step, is just getting that first bag. You have to, because that's what's going to pay for everything going forward. Day trading isn't the end goal, right? Like, day trading is not your end all be all. What you should be doing is using day trading as a growth what's a good word? Is a way to grow your account incredibly quickly, or a growth catalyst, I guess. But then using that money from this as a growth catalyst to then, you know, form other sources of income that are more passive. You should be taking money out, right? And then putting that into other things. Day trading is not what you want to be doing for the rest of your life. I promise you that. But it is a great way to extract money quickly with clear risk. And so, like, if you can get your first payout, that then leads you to be able to then, you know, buy more accounts, then copy trade those using that same mentality, and then, you know, starting to actually make some money. Right? Like, you have to get to that first payout first on that singular account, and then you can start stacking. And then you can do that just looking for that one singular trade a day, right? Looking for that one setup that meets your criteria that you're comfortable with. And then you could just start stacking, right? $250 a day on each account. All of a sudden you're making $1,000 a day by stacking accounts, and you know that money starts to really compound. And then you take that money out and you put that somewhere else. Right? Like, that is what you're looking for. But just remember, like, it's you, until you have like real money in the market on the longer term, right? Like your S&P 500 and your, you know, your Roth, whatever you're actually trading for the long term, like, none of this matters, man. Like, every move that we're seeing is just a rotation for you to be able to capture the money you need to get to your payout. So don't stress about the overall moves, because all you care about are the moves that actually you see as playable. I think like that's such an important mentality shift that you need to have when you're a day trader, is like, do I see a move that has edge? Will I be able to extract from here, or does it not meet my criteria, and am I going to get stopped out, right? Like, am I going to be messed up trying over and over again and giving back all of the money I made on the day? Like, if you overstay, it's so easy to give it back. It's so easy. Just like, do what you need to do. Treat it like a video game, in the sense of like, you've met your objective, your criteria, you leave, right? Meet your goals. You have clear goals. Your goals aren't $1 million in a day. Your goals are to meet the bare minimum requirements
leave a runner, and then, you know, move on to the next day. You need to have a system that you can utilize on the days where you're going to be your worst, right? Not just your best. So you want to like have clear goals, clear systems in place so that on your bad days, you don't completely screw yourself over. It's just like, I don't know. People want too much. We're just curling over here.
According to Hezbollah's Secretary General, saying, "We will not surrender, we will confront the aggression, and we will cooperate with Lebanese officials."
I mean, it's like, it's not like you don't know that already, right? But it's, you gotta like actually believe it. It's hard, but it's the truth. You just got to keep telling it to yourself until like you also believe it and can see it as a reality. It's like, oh yeah, wait, I could just be patient waiting for the clear flip, you know, and waiting for someone to be offsides and waiting for everything to be moving together, and then trade that. And I don't have to trade anything else. I trade one setup in my time period, and either I meet that criteria or I don't. I extract the money that I need to get to a payout, or I don't, right? And then I do it again on the next day. And if I lose, you know, $200, $250, then I move on and I wait until the next day, right? Like I give myself another opportunity when the opportunities are better. Like it doesn't need to be bigger than that. You just want it to all happen in a singular session, and that's not realistic. And as soon as you remember that, right, maybe you need to write it down and be like, you know, have that like objective reality set up for you. Just back down to our pivot here, no change. Just a full rotation from our highs back down to our lows. Watch to see if that bid still rests here in RTY's lows, or if we're going to get a shift. Seeing some absorption into our 400. We need Russell to break down if we're going to do anything new. Again, RTY is just oscillating in a box. ES and NQ just back down to our lows. But yeah, no, like like, again, if you're, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to like. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again. But it's so important, like, that you have structure and that you're willing to leave. Like the leaving aspect once you've made your money is so important, because if you continue to chase and you're like living in that dopamine high and you don't check yourself, like it's going to end poorly for you. If you're only able to trade successfully when things are going right for you, and then when things start to fall apart, you start to fully shut down, right? And like you start to take things that don't meet your system and you completely ignore your system, right? Like you're not doing your job. You need to be able to trade the same way on your worst days, in the days where you're the most emotionally not present, right? So like you need to have rules that work on both your best days and your worst days, because it is a game of sustainability, right? Like you need to be able to have enough liquidity to try again tomorrow. And if you blow your entire load on one day, on one bad day, and then you've got nothing left for the next day.
Continued engagement
like
between the US and Iran, and forward motion on trying to get to an agreement.
You've lost the plot. Like you've completely screwed yourself. You need to have that self-control, and like that's the most important
That's
part.
Following a CBS report earlier saying the US delegation are still engaging with Iran's leaders and that there is progression on trying to get to an agreement.
It is the most important part. Because you're not going to be right 100%, right? Like you know that. But if you can realize that and like be like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to be right 100%, but if I'm going to be right more than 50% of the time. And I know that as long as I'm sticking to my rules, that I will be profitable, right? Like just the math is true, where if I can stick to my rules and I stick to, even if I have just slight edge, I'm not the greatest trader in the world. I know I have just slight edge, but I know if I even have marginal edge and I have over a 50% win rate, I will be making money. Right? And even if you don't even have a 50% win rate, if you're trading higher RR, right, more than 1-to-1, you can have a 30% win rate if you're trading a 3-to-1 and make money. But like, you need to stick to your rules. Every trade needs to be into your rule set. It has to be to your risk to reward, or it doesn't matter. Your 1 day of losses where you don't follow your rules completely skews everything else when you were being objective beforehand, right? Your bad days are the days that are screwing you over because you're not being rule abiding. And like, as soon as you can grasp that and catch yourself and have that willpower to be like, all right, yeah, no, I need to chill. I'm not in the right state of mind. And I know that I can be better than this, and that I will be able to catch things. And there are other trades. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, like just you have to be able to remind yourself of that. And maybe you need a physical reminder, right? Maybe you need to actually write it down and have it in front of you for you to actually believe it to be true and, you know, not screw yourself over. But like, this is a very possible, nothing about this is impossible. And this is, if you can follow these like super simple strategies of just being like, oh yeah, self-control, and like, oh, a daily loss limit, or oh, I clearly don't have a good read on the market, let me stop instead of chase. Like, oh, okay, let's come back another day. Like, you save yourself. Those are the days that you blow up your account, right? Like, you just need to be able to stop, take a moment to be like, oh yeah, there's another day. Like, I can clearly do this. I've been doing it correctly for a month. Let's not blow it up in a singular day of trading. I don't know. Do whatever you need to do to remind yourself of that. We're all different people, but we all have the same issues, right? When it comes to that kind of stuff of like self-control, ego, the need to be right, the continuous fight, the unwillingness to stop, etc., etc. Are we gonna get this curl over or what? Watching Russell as we push down into these lows. The bid is still holding where we need. Clear absorption into our lows here. Liquidity on ES is like, I've never seen something more clear setup wise. Like, very clear absorption these lows from our liquidity here, from our stacked imbalance off footprint, rotating back up to retest POC to our value of our previous candle where the offer sits. Watching to see if we can flip above this, or if the offer sits here from our liquidity pocket here that we have marked. We need to see if we can push above this, or if offer again sits into these highs. Very clear buy side liquidity stepped in. Watching to see if offer flips this and then rotates this below, or if we can bid from this again and then start to show interest over that 86. Same thing on ES and or on NQ. Very clear liquidity. Into our lows here, right? And we have this offer above. We can see that as well here. We're just watching to see if they're going to hold this lower high and then
Axios, quoting quotes from Netanyahu, says, I spoke yesterday with the US Vice President and he briefed me in detail on the developments in the negotiations.
And that's going to be based off if RTY starts to lose this low and then rejects it, or if we're able to bounce here again and then just do this oscillation up. I don't have an answer. We're too slow. But like, our levels are incredibly clear of where we need to flip and where the seller's got to be positioned for more. You don't really want to be shorting a slow market, but we need to be aware of where desire is, right? And if there's no longer desire at these highs, and we will head back down to where the buyers were last before we can go higher, right? Where we need to trap more liquidity, gain that for the next rotation up. So it will curl over price action wise and get curling over patterns like this, right? Where we have to come back down to previous liquidity because there isn't a desire higher. It's like, okay, well then where are we headed in a curling over pattern? Where do we need to flip? Is there still our buyer present into these lows? Is there going to be a trap trader where we fail, right? Look below, something like this, and then
Bank
pop
of France
off of it?
publishes monthly economic survey.
To find out.
Phil Roy says survey shows vigilance needed on inflation. GDP rose as much as 0.3% in the first quarter.
But we have to be
According to the central bank, twice as many French firms plan price increases.
we have to be respectful that the overall trend is to the upside and that this is has to be treated as a pullback to our previous buyers until proven otherwise, right? That's why we need to see very clear flips of previous buying support, or again, it's just a pullback. But if we can get flips of our previous buyers to and see strong sell side reactions where we expect them, then that's a good first sign of like, oh yeah, like someone's clearly offsides now into our highs, and we have an offer that's willing to lower themselves, and this buyer is now stepping out of the way because they are now aware that like this is no longer the best price possible that they're going to be able to get into, right? If buying is no longer willing to hold here at our 400s, then that means that we'll come back down to a steeper discount, and then they will buy down there, right? That's just how the auction works. But until proven otherwise, right, we have a very clear bid and we have a clear offer above. We're just watching how we interact in between these two participants. And as long as Russell is sideways, I'd expect trend to remain on the higher time frame. But if we can lose Russell's pivot, just like we did on the last attempt, then we'll have something new. But I'd expect balance until we see our larger market participants, start to shift us out of that balance, and then we can look for rotations back down to maybe VWAP or something. I don't know. Right. Regardless, like I don't get short here until we flip below value. There's just literally no reason for me not to think that this is our bid still. And I hope that makes sense. Like, what am I going to do other than take off risk into our value edge, right? And then, like, if we can flip below it, sure, like, then we can do something with it because that's new. But until then, like, we're just headed back down to our previous bid. Nothing has changed. Is Russell still sideways? Okay, well, then nothing has changed, right? It's just a rotation of our value. This is where I'm going to be watching really carefully on NQ and ES because, like, these Russell highs, very serious with NQ into our POC here. So, like, we need to see this flip, or this is where we'd expect the overall market to start having that potential offer down. We push into these. Just keeping an eye on it. This is where we want to watch for our reactions because now all of the market is coming back up into its highs, right? All of these are coming back up into our initial sellers here. Let's just watch this, see what we do. But good holds of our lows. Now let's watch our reoffers across the board. Does this make sense? Are you guys following? Like, nothing changed about our bid. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to take off one of my contracts here from 400. Like our pivot hasn't changed in the last hour. It's the same thing. It's the same imbalance that we created from the upside, right? All we did was rotate back down to our bid and our overall trend with Russell holding. Until we see the breach on RTY, we should expect that this is just balance rotations. Yeah, right. And then like if we can see someone get trapped, then great. Then we can play it down once we get back into value. Then we'll have a good trade to play off of. Again, like the only thing that we oh my god, the only thing that we know about is that there's clearly someone selling up here. There's a lack of desire, but there's still a buyer here, and our overall trend is to the upside. So we still want to be risking off into these highs, but we can't preemptively sell these highs. We can just risk off our long from pullbacks in our overall trend. We can't just like randomly sell here unless you want to just be playing off of 86 as your short with the stop at the high of our wick highs at 890. You could try that, right? Which isn't a terrible trade, but I don't know how long you're going to sit in that short. I have no clue. I mean, it could be till end of day, it could be after hours. Like, I don't know when this move's going to happen. We haven't seen the desire to from sellers to push below this buyer yet. Is there a very clear high? Yeah, right? So you could try playing 86 to 90 and just have that stop at your wick high and call it a day, but like this trade feels just as good to me, and just buying and then risking off into this clear offer. That's balance, right? Until we break in either side of our balance with Russell, just expect rotations. I won't be confident in NQ getting expansion until we can flip over this POC to value. It's just a reoffer still. We wait on Russell to figure out what it wants to do here into our mid. ES has done the full move. Just watching to see if we can get the push with NQ. Decent amount of trap traders into this low on NQ, but very clear absorption into this 20 to 30 on NQ above us. Same thing with ES into 86, 87. So again, I'd just be risked off half and leave a runner. Trade's free. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, man. When was I studying Mandarin? I took Mandarin for 4 years in high school, and then I dated a Chinese person through high school and college. So then, what, you want like the exact years? What do you mean? What do you want from me? Oh no, no, I didn't take it in college at all. My brother did though. He has a degree in Mandarin. He double majored linguistics and Chinese.
According to British Defence, saying we have deployed 2 military planners to the US Central Command to study ways to secure the Strait of Hormuz after the end of the war.
Not as much as I was in the beginning. I would say probably 3 times a week. Before I was doing it every day. But I've been walking a lot more now that the weather's better. Before I was swimming because the pool's heated and I couldn't go outside because it was just like winter. You know, but now that the weather's better, I'm just like getting like 10 to 15K steps a day, just walking. Give the doggo some exercise. Routine? Yeah, I just like until I'm bored. I don't know. I'm not crazy. I just do it because I sit in a chair for so long. It's like I gotta do something. No, I don't really have a routine. I do like, I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't. Just until I'm sick of it. I have like bone conducing headphones. I don't know what the word is. They have the bone conducting headphone, waterproof ones. And I just listen to a book while I swim. What? The headphones that like vibrate. No, they work well. Yeah. The bone conduction ones, they're easy. Yeah, I got my my stepdad some when he was doing triathlons a couple years ago, and then I just got, yeah, for music, music or books, doesn't matter. I usually listen to books, to be honest. I'm not a huge music enjoyer when I swim. Makes me too paranoid. There's like, that's like too much going on. I'd be too paranoid if like I wouldn't be able to hear people screaming if there was some problem above as I was swimming. Oh yeah, bone conduction headphones.
And they're not too expensive. Like you can get like a cheap pair for like $80, a good pair for like, I don't know, 150. Oh, you've used them before. Okay, I thought you said you didn't know what they were. Wait, you just said, oh, I didn't know those existed, and then you said I've used them before. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so usually I'll just do it for like a couple chapters. So I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm not like I don't know. I'm not like a fitness guru, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm not an athletic machine. That is for sure. I'm just a dude who has access to a pool and enjoys swimming and enjoys the outdoors. Swimming with other people? What do you do? Just like race? Like, what does that mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think a coach would be cool. Interesting. For old people. You've got your little paddleboard. You're doing the you're doing your like your treading in water exercises, getting that heart going. I've never timed my swimming. Just swim, man. This buyer on NQ over 20, a bit offsides. But there's no one really on ES offsides here, which is interesting with the divergence, because Russell's just doing its full oscillation with no issues. NQ has the biggest worry with our offer being where we thought it would be at our 20s. But I'm just, I mean, it's a really slow market. There's really not much here. This buyer absorbed really well into 80s on ES, but we haven't really seen anyone offsides into our highs yet on NQ on ES, other than the initial guy into 88 to 90. So I'm really keeping our eye on NQ as RTY retest size, because that's the only thing that I see as a catalyst for the potential downside. Like very clear participants that were absorbed on NQ comparatively. Just keeping our eye on our rotation back down here. Again, remember, like, NQ's gotta flip this, so this is just a balance rotation back down into these lows. Then we'll look for our second leg below. Held exactly where we needed to on NQ. The thing is like, again, there's a very clear divergence with ES, where like if we now hold this as our pivot, we have a strong secondary buyer potential for a takeout of highs, right, into this liquidity that we just created here, following our 15-minute footprint pathing. So just a bit odd with the divergence with NQ. See who's going to win it. ES and RTY continuing to push, flip of our pivot on both ES and RTY. NQ, slight bid, but still just a lower offer. Need to see a very clear pop over 20s, I think, for anything real on NQ, but 400 to 380 still our bid below. If RTY wants to continue to lead up, then we're going to continue to lead up, right? With failure from failure to curl over. Just watch as we push into our top of our oscillation here. Yeah, definitely potential, but yeah, we gotta get below our pivots where it doesn't matter. Offer is definitely leading on NQ. We're watching Russell into our top of range here. NQ is the one that has the most trap traders following our pathing, but we're just back to our 400 here again. But very clear POC shift, right, Zeno? We just need to see if Russell's going to do the full oscillation. That would give you your next leg down on NQ. ES holding our highs, no change. Everything's doing what we thought it would. With Russell oscillation, watching this offer into 400 here as we push down. Sell side's trying to step. Bid at 400 still holding. ES and NQ still within our range. Without Russell's full participation, it's going to be very tough. NQ's got a trap here into like 405 and then look below, sweep us if we're going to do it. Or again, like it's just going to be a trap on NQ with ES and RTY not showing any signs. It's going to be really rough. Roy, did you know there's a
reporter? Senate Banking Committee has received Fed Pick Walsh's Office of Government Ethics paperwork, but not his committee questionnaire. Lawmakers must receive the questionnaire 5 days before a hearing, which means it's got to come this week for a hearing next week.
Roy, did you know there's a Popeyes One Piece meal going on right now? Promo? Did you go and get your snack pack with your Mystic Tea? with your... Yeah, no. Dude, look at the lines at this one. All the weebs out in full. So again, if it's not obvious, like your first risk off if you're short is tier, right? We have to see this flip for more. You're watching to see if POC to value here. So basically our 400 to 410 can hold offer for another leg down. And then if we can flip this, that's what you want to see. Opening below POC to value right now. But if we continue to just absorb into this, then we're just going to rotate back up. Like that has to be clear. Our edge on ES held at 88s. Our support is still below us. There's no change here. We need to see very clear
at around
offers.
$99.08 a barrel, up $2.51 or 2.6%. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $3.83 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at around $3.11 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.62.
Again, we just need to see very clear offers here that flip this as our pivot. If NQ is going to lead down, or this is the bottom of our range, and you are 1,000 times better off just buying here instead. We have a clear balance that we're holding in a higher time frame push, right? So if our offer isn't going to lower further than this and hold this 410, 400, and then get us below our 80s, then we are just going to do another oscillation, and it is what it is, and you need to accept that. ES and RTY are still holding. We don't have full market participation for downside. Like, you have to be aware of that. I really don't want people to get caught in that mindset where it's like, okay, well, we're not going higher, so we got to go lower, right? Like, no, it just is chop, right? We're building out a node up here. And, you know, eventually we might head down, but it might take way longer than you're willing to, you know, be in a position for. And so trade it as balance unless you're playing off of your top edge, right? Then you can look for that short, but you take off your first risk into our lows. Like it is what it is. Like I can't reiterate that enough. It's like if you want to try a short, right? I gave you that opportunity here into these highs. We talked about that. Same thing on NQ into these highs. Like if you're going to try it, play off of the most recent offer, but play it down into our known buyer. Because until proven otherwise, right, we're just going to rotate this forever. You don't know, right? We could do this for the next 5 days for all I know. So you want to be risking if you want to put sell side pressure in, right? We look at our reoffer and then we play it down into this. You take off your first risk there. If we can flip below, awesome. Then you get your next leg down. But if not, right, we're still in an overall uptrend and you should be expecting the bid to be here. And then we'll look for this continuation and then push, right? So just understand that you're always going to have the best opportunities in your edges and you play with the overall trend, right? If you want to play short, you go off of the lower high that's very clear from this POC. And the only way that we get this secondary leg down again is if this becomes our resistance and then we get a clear sweeper below. Because if not, then this is just going to be a trap. I'll look below, a rebid, and then a rotation much higher. I don't want you guys to get caught off sides for no reason when like there's clear balance and we've just been buying this 400 for the last 2 hours. Could something change? Yeah, for sure, right? And that's why it's okay to play these top edges for a short, but understand that it's a pullback until proven otherwise, until we flip pivots and then show that as a very clear shift where sell side is now willing to defend where our buyers were previously, right? And again, like without Russell's participation, you're just fucked. Like it just is what it is. Any questions? Are we on the same page with that? Like you can be right still, and this is a curl over or a double top, but you're going to be wrong because your time in trade is going to be longer than you're willing to accept. And so then all of a sudden you're just getting chopped up on either edge over and over again when your overall idea was right, but you're playing the wrong edge. Right? Like if you think this is a double top, then play the fucking top, right? Don't play the breakdown. It's that simple. Just remember that. Like remind yourself of that over and over again. Like, oh yeah, I could be right. This could be a curl over. But my best possible risk is playing off of the most recent high and then be playing that reoffer into our highs instead of trying to play the breakdown. Unless I see that breakdown, that sweeper, and then step. Just don't get caught on the wrong side of a balance trade over and over and over again for no reason. That's my rant. It's way too easy to do that. And like I said, I haven't seen any real offside participants on ES unless you're counting the guys over 88s to 90s, right? And that's the only area that we have marked. Anything else other than that, we just haven't really seen anyone worthwhile to play around yet on ES with RTY still holding where it is. NQ was the only one that had like anyone really worthwhile with these guys into these highs. Very clear on our footprint. Same here with this lower one, right? These guys are clearly a bit off. But buyers are still down here. So we'll just have to watch to see as we push into this on retest if they're willing to hold and sweep us below, right? But if they're not, then like we'll go up off of failure at the lows. Does that make sense? Yeah or no? I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's clear, but who knows? I don't know. I haven't changed our pivot at our lows in an hour and a half. There's been no change. So again, if you're playing off of our 400 lows, this is your first risk off as we push into 20s. This is where we absorbed on the last attempt, right? Just top of our range here. If we can flip this, then we'll look for that secondary move up. If not, then there's no change. RTY is stationary. It is sideways, stagnant, just allowing NQ to just move freely between our buyer and our seller. Later, man. Rory, man, you might miss out. Look at all these guys. One Piece fans go hard, man. Look at this. Holy. RTY retesting our top of our oscillation here. See if we can hold. We held our mid, pushing back up. We're looking at our 20s here. Again, need to see a very clear higher low. Flip this POC, get over this offer, and then continue on our way. ES was able to hold our 84 to 88 that we have, 84 to 86 that we have holding on our pathing. Basically just our flip of our POC. We're looking for the same thing that happened here on ES, where this offer was able to push us down and then we were able to flip it. Do you see this 3-bar that's happening here? We're looking for something similar to happen on NQ where we see the bid step up over this from this hold and then go, right? That's what we want to see. We know that sell side sits here. We know it. Nothing has changed about that. We need to see this flip and hold if we're going to go higher, or you know, this is just where that offer sits, and it's a very clear range trade. We will get this expansion if we can see, right, Russell hold and show interest outside of this range. Right now, we're just doing this oscillation, right? So if we can actually breach this, then it's going to be another continuation up, just like we did on the last Russell breach. That allows for a continuation higher. RTY leading up. See if we can get this look above on NQ. New POC open, right? Opening above POC of our previous candle and our sell side. Watching to see if we can build above this 420. This secondary up, just like with NQ, right? Or sorry, just like with ES. There it is, right? With Russell popping. Wow, crazy. Right, we have a plan of what we're looking for. We have an understanding that Russell's leading. We had an oscillation low hold, our mid held and our push. Our pivots continue to maintain. Now let's look above and see if we can get this pop. Break of highs. Trend is trend. Even if we pause, right? Like you can't preemptively short. Just doesn't work. So dangerous. This is why we have rules.
Keep an eye
so
on
we
the
play
markets.
within those
Just
rules.
seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500, quite tiny, and tiny bit of movement towards the downside on the Dixie. Again, no news recently that's come through. Of course, we'll keep an eye out on it and relay that to you as soon as we can if we do find anything.
All right,
But
I
just
gotta
noting the
move this.
movements in the markets so far.
Sorry, I've got to. Our chart's got to be moved over. Are we good? Are we like, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know if you guys are like actually trading, but I feel like our levels were very good. Our idea, our logic. Okay.
So again, there's been no new headlines that have been coming through. Just a reminder from what's happened earlier on in the day. You had around 10 past 1 p.m. Eastern time that the quantitative CVS, the US delegation, is still engaging with Iran's leaders, and then the US official said later on that there is progression on trying to get an agreement. Get nothing else since those headlines from earlier on in the day.
Is everyone done trading? Because like I'll leave if that's the case and go live my life.
It's also a reminder as well at about 20 past 1 p.m. this time you had CBS citing Pakistani official that intensified their diplomatic attempts to bring the US and Iran back to negotiating table, and they're awaiting replies from the US and Iran to resume talks. Again, that was CBS citing sources. And of course, there were some headlines from the Atlantic Times that the talks could resume in Islamabad on Thursday. Again, those were quite a while ago now.
Okay, well, no response. So yeah, I mean, I'm just in runners as well. Everything's held. So as long as Russell's continuing to push, we keep going up. If this stops, then we're gonna go back down. I don't really have anything else, but it seems like for the most part, people are done. So yeah.
Brent crude futures settle at $99.36 a barrel, up $4.16 or 4.37%.
Wait, it's only one Popeyes in Miami, Rory? That's crazy.
So reminder at the top of the hour, IMF, IEA, and World Bank heads are due to speak. We'll see if there is a live video. There isn't anything on the IMF at the moment, but we'll see if there is one, and we can pop it on the feed for you shortly. Reminder, tomorrow we have the IMF releasing their World Economic Outlook and then the Global Financial Stability Report. So there'll be a press conference at 9 a.m. Eastern Time with IMF's Managing Director, Georgieva. And then later on, there's a press conference as well for the IMF Global Financial Stability Report.
Why though? Like, what's so special about that Popeyes? I can't believe you didn't make the trip, man. You made the trip for the space flight, you know, but you couldn't make a trip for your Popeyes merch. Not even a real fan. It's crazy. Yeah, me too, man. Where are we going? Where do I hold this runner to? That's the question. I think ES still is just going to, or sorry, NQ is going to that 450, 460 area, but I don't know. I mean, Russell's gotten the breakout. I don't know. I have to delete our Russell thing to make room. That's the only problem with this new system that I'm doing. Next target is up at 94.6 on RTY. POC is shifted up here. Just keep it on like this. There's your NQ move following our pathing to a T. ES off the map. I don't know where we're going with ES. This is our reversion zone, so I would say that this is probably where we meet some resistance, but above this is just 918 for me. So we'll see. I'm deleting all of our drawings now that everything's played. Just watching ES and NQ push up into these highs. There we go. Just put everything on auto. Now that all of our pathing is played. Just let this thing be. Well, I think they realized that no one wants one-piece chicken. I just took off one more NQ here into 450. I'll leave a runner for 70s. I have one left on ES from 88. That's it. So just pop up from 430 and 88. Just runners. New liquidity pocket created at 90 to 92 on ES on the look over our ADR to this LVN. Yeah, and that's what we expected, right? That's what I was talking about. It's the flip. We were looking for NQ to do the same thing as ES. ES just did it earlier. We had a great example of what that would look like on the flip of that pivot. And again, it's just like, it's the easiest thing in the world when it's like, is Russell still in an uptrend? Are we oscillating? Is ES holding where we need to? Is NQ holding where we need to? Okay, well then we'll just go off of the Russell oscillation and treat this as a distribution for another leg higher until proven otherwise. Right? Like RTY did the same thing earlier in the day. That was how we got our big break from this range, if you remember. Right? When we were trading 47s to 55s. And then we got our leg up, and then it just did the same thing again where it stagnated sideways, and then we did another leg up. Right? It's just how the market's working today, so might as well respect it until it stops working. That's my logic, at least. Yeah, right? And again, like that's what I was saying earlier, is like it's gonna just take forever. Right? It's going to take longer than you want. This is just the classic afternoon where our ideas play, but it takes 2 hours to play instead of 5 minutes. Crazy to think we were almost back at all times. Yeah, the market makes no sense, but you know, you just got to go with it. The market makes literally no sense. It is incredibly frustrating from a economic point of view to buy this piece of shit. Like everything is fucked. But, you know, we keep buying it. We keep playing it. It is what it is. It is what it is. There's your 450 ADR on NQ, and Russell losing a bit of momentum, another flag potential. I think we just watch RTY into 76 to 74, see if we can hold there for a higher low. We can do that. We're in a pretty good spot. Just watching into this 74, 76 and this LVN. See if we can flag it and then just keep going, or if this is going to, as ES pushes into this liquidity here. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine doing it on a Monday because I'm refreshed, but then like as we go out through the week, I want to be here less and less, the more I have to deal with politics. Monday I'm like fresh and everything's great. I've slept, and then every day after that, I get less and less sleep, and I'm more and more tired, and it's just like, why am I here, man? Like, let me get my 2 hours in, get my trades in, and then like leave. I thought Mario would be here. I would have left at 12 if Mario was here, but I was unaware. So might as well just stay. We're having a good day, easy day. Barely any news. If Caroline Levitt had gone on at 12:30, I would have left. Her usual time, right, when she starts to get on at that like 1 o'clock press conference garbage. Like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm not about to listen to her speak, her yap. But real lack of news today, which is great. Just price action. Not mad at it. I can, dude, getting emails from Hex.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Israel hasn't attacked Beirut since Wednesday amid US pressure.
It's so clear that he uses AI to write all of his speeches. It's so clear. I was mind blown by that.
So again, Wall Street Journal says Israel hasn't struck Beirut since Wednesday, citing an Israeli military official. The last strikes on the Lebanese capital hit around 100 targets in Lebanon in just 90 seconds, killing more than 350 people.
Wow, that's so sad. The that post that they made this weekend going over the war with that blonde like 25-year-old from TikTok was so odd, dude.
According to CNN, citing sources familiar with the matter.
Did you see that? I was like, they spelled secretary wrong in the fucking
CNN
post.
citing an informed source that US officials are discussing holding a second direct meeting with the Iranians before the ceasefire expires. So reminder, we've already had some headlines earlier on as well about the Pakistanis trying to get another discussion with Iran and the US, potentially by Thursday, or potentially for Thursday.
Wait, I genuinely thought this was like the first time I looked at it, I thought this was like fake. It was like satire from like The Boys. Let me post this. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. I wonder if they deleted it. They didn't delete it. Wait, this is so weird. Oh, I misspelled Twitter. Here. Like, what? What is this? Brother, what? Whose kid is this? What in the DEI is this? There's 700 contracts at 6,900 here on ES as we push. Just following our pathing. Liquidity held. RTY held our pathing as well, liquidity wise. Just pushing into our ADR here on NQ. All right. I mean, boys, I'm probably done. What else? What do we went to target? What do we want? They're trying to trap here into 45s. If Russell can get this bounce here, then we'll get another leg up. ES has this liquidity below, nothing to worry about. They're trying to absorb here into this 40-45 on NQ. Just watch that, I guess. See if we get this continuation. Sell side offer sitting at 900 on ES. Very clear. 700 contracts up there. They'll probably move those, would be my guess. But beautiful hold of our PVZ. It's just beautiful. Pop back into it. Continuation up into our target ADR. Our 400s was a great pivot to play off of today. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just took forever, but nothing that we talked about invalidated. Good stuff. Yeah. I'll be around, but I'm getting off stream now that we've done the full move. I'll try to hold a runner, but I'm gonna close my ES position here into 96. Wow, just to secure gains, and then I'll leave my runner open on NQ. I'll see you all tomorrow. But good session. Just a bit worried about that NQ double top here and our ADR target. But if Russell can get this hold, should be able to continue on our way. All right. Peace. Later.